Hello, everyone. What's up? It's Wednesday. I can't believe it's Wednesday already. This week has gone by pretty quickly already for me, and I'm delighted to be here to get some reading done. I hope everybody's doing well. I know we had quite a few people jumping into the chats before time because they were over at Vanessa Sprints at Read with Dr. B, who's fantastic and does some really long sprints. So if you need to get some tasks done or some reading done, she does them pretty often and for a long period of time. So thank you, Vanessa, for bringing people over for some more sprints on my channel for this evening. What is everybody reading today? I am reading for Garb August. It's this week. It's Anything Goes, literally anything goes. So I am reading Bridget Jones's Diary by Helen Fielding. Seen the movie a long time ago, but now I'm going to read the book. And I believe it's an epistolary is the type of novel it is, because it is written in the form of a diary, but there are also email exchanges that I've come across as well. But it really is a good time. It makes me want to watch the movie again sometime in the near future. But I haven't read any more since yesterday, and that is April. I'm stuck on April, Inner Poise. So hopefully I will get quite a bit done today. I'm also reading Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret by Judy Blume. This I'm reading for a bingo square on Summer Book Bingo. This is for coming of age. And if I read this, I will have my third bingo for Summer Book Bingo, and I'm very excited. Not sure how many bingos I'm going to get because August is drawn to a close very quickly, and I have quite a few squares left. But if I can get to a couple of more books, including my FOMO book club selection, which I'm hoping to read that once I finish either one of these two books, because the meeting is actually Sunday, so I will have to read very fast. But let's see what everybody is reading on this fine Wednesday. Hey, Brecht, how are you? You're going to try to get to 30% of Fourth Wing. Excellent. Fourth Wing is extremely popular right now, and I am really intrigued by it because so many people are talking about it that I think I'm going to have to get a copy and read it myself. Hello, Vanessa. I am doing well. I saw that you were doing well earlier. Breck says, since in Dr. B sprints got to 20%. Excellent. Swamp Gas. How's it going, Swamp Gas? And Amal Hamami says, hey, peeps, just jumped off. Reading with Dr. B sprints. Excellent. Welcome over here to Cats. I believe you might have been here last week, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Kay. I hope everyone is well. Jumping over from Reading with Dr. B sprints. I'm listening to the end of Unmissing by Minka Kent. Playing a game event and then reading, I know you said this last week, whatever it stands for, ACOSF, and I forgot. After dinner, happy reading. Yes, I am glad you're here, Kay. I actually got to chat with you very briefly on Dr. B's channel. But first, I need to empty some storage off of my laptop. You know, Brecht, I have to do that with my iPad all the time because I just don't have enough space. Boop the like. Thank you. Alicia, hey. I sent you an email, Alicia, because of something you mentioned last week. If you have time, check it out. Curious, inquiring minds want to know. Hello, Faye. How are you doing today? Kelsey! Kelsey! I'm so excited you're here, Kelsey. I finally made it to a Wednesday sprint of yours. Yay, I'm so excited. One day you need to come on. We need to be doing them together. That would be fun. Faye says, I need to crochet one more row of a baby blanket. Then I hope to finish reading the last 100 pages of We Need to Talk About Kevin. Also, an epistolary novel. Okay, Faye, you're going to have to tell me how you like that. I have always been interested in reading that book, but it just seems like such a hard read. And then Cliff over at Cliff's Dark Gems, he talked about it and said it was an extremely hard book to read. So tell me how you liking it. Alicia's telling Kelsey hello. Hey, Felicia. She's telling everybody hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Wednesday. Alicia says, I'm reading Whale Fall. Okay. Is it good? Fantasy? What is it? And Kelsey's saying hello back to you, Alicia. Amy. Hey, Amy. Amy's wishing everyone a hello. And Kelsey's reading Twilight. It's honestly a great time. Yeah, I read the first 4 books in Twilight, and then they had some other ones added on after that I never got to. I am going to admit that I didn't think Twilight was too bad. A friend of mine, my friend Shelley, actually was the one that said, you really need to watch it. Watch it. I mean, I watched it too, but you really need to read it. You just have to pretend not to see all the bad grammar and all the mistakes in it or whatever. But apparently she got a better editor as time went on, because I would say the first book was atrocious with all of that, but good story, just needed to be tightened up. And as her books went on, that improved all the mechanics and grammar and stuff. Rex says, super good so far. Yeah, I've heard great things about Fourth Wing. I don't think I've heard one negative comment about Fourth Wing. So I'm excited about it, and everybody seems to be reading it. By the time I actually read it, it will be old news. Amy says, I'm going to be reading The Last Word by Taylor Adams. That's the new one. Oh, that's excellent. I loved No Exit, and I can't wait to read more of Taylor Adams' work. A Court of Silver Flames. I don't know why I cannot remember that. Court of Silver Flames. And it's such a fantastic, fantastic title. I just saw your email before I popped on here. Okay. And Annie says, hi, everyone. I'm close to finishing 4 books. So we'll move through those, starting with For the Love of Mike, a historical mystery. Very good. And you're reading 4 books. The most that I think I've ever, most that I've ever read at one time really is 3 actively. Now, sometimes I'll have a 4th book, but it's usually like maybe a book of essays or short stories, or maybe a devotion or something, something that I don't have to read all the time, that I might pick up periodically. We definitely have to do some together. I miss you. I miss you too. I miss you too. We need to be doing some stuff together. I know we have stuff coming up together, but we need to do some sprinting together. Are you liking The Last Word, Amy? This is from Alicia. I almost picked that up from the library today. Whale Fall is like horror, thriller, sci-fi. It's about a guy being eaten alive by a whale, and I'm liking it. Wow. Wow to the fact that it's about a guy being eaten alive by a whale, but also wow that you're liking it, Alicia. Felicia said it couldn't have been fixed and republished, right? We need to talk about Kevin. Is definitely a hard read subject matter wise, but it's really compelling. That's what Cliff said. I don't know. I mean, I'm not opposed to like a hard read when it comes to, because I read Beloved and I thought that was hard. And I also read The Dance Tree and I thought that was hard. And there were some dark moments in Goodnight, Mr. Tom. It just makes you sad to the point that you're a little depressed and need to read something light. Sarah! Woo, Sarah. Your ears must be burning, or your eyes must be burning, or whatever, because I've been thinking about your fall bingo board, and I'm so excited about it. First of all, I'm excited because it's 2 months to complete these 25 fantastic prompts. Guys, if y'all do not know Sarah Reads over on Instagram, I'm going to see if I can put a link in the, whatever you call it, the chat. I would check it out if you're looking for some extra things to do, or most of you are participating in some kind of readathon in September and October. It's the spooky season. Sarah has a fantastic bingo board that's going to cover September and October, where you can read a variety of things as well as doing some activities. So it's fun activities like baking something for the spooky season. So I've been looking at it because I really need to look at my shelf, because I think I can use Slewfoot, which I need to get read before the end of this year. You don't need to. I want to. It's on my 23 books for 2023. Sarah is reading episode 13, which is also another popular one. But yeah, I'm going to have to see if I can put your Instagram link in here so people can check it out. She just recently posted it. I'm still real early in, but it's okay so far. She's responding to Alicia, and I love that book so much. She's telling you this, Sarah. Hope you enjoy it. Yes. Was it you or Katrina that chose episode 13 for book club? I'm really, really looking forward to Slewfoot. Yes, me too. I was supposed to read Slewfoot last year during the spooky season and did not get to it. Kelsey and I did a whole year of King last year, and during the spooky season, we were reading Needful Things besides other things that we were reading. So Needful Things is a chunker, and I just could not. There was quite a few books. I also want to get to The Last House on Needless Street. That's one that I'd like to get to as well. But I haven't. I have a bunch of different, I have my September TBR I need to start working on, because I want to get that video done and out before I leave for Sicily. But I'm thinking about, well, of course, I'm participating in Kelsey's Carnival readathon that she's doing on her Patreon, which is all carnival themed. And I have some things picked out for that. And then I want to participate in series September, because there are a couple of series that I can work on during that month. That's being hosted by Sarah at, it's Krista at Books and Jam and Sarah's Nightstand, I think. I don't know why I cannot remember things. Like, I'm starting to I think I'm just tired as part of it, because, I'm going back to work, and I work 2 days in a row. I'm not used to that. I'm an old lady. But, and then there's the Week of Weird at the end of September, which Crystal and Jason are hosting that. I'm doing short stories for that and one novella, because if I do the novella, The Small Hand by Susan Hill, I will have finished my collection of ghost stories by Susan Hill. So I'm looking forward to that as well. I thought there was something else in September going on, but all of these books that I'm reading for these different readathons, I'm hoping that I can also pair them with Sarah's bingo board for the fall, because that's what I did for Summer Book Bingo. That's how I got some of my squares in that. Remember to leave a like on the video, everyone, please. Oh, thank you, Kelsey. Slewfoot is such a great witchy book. Yes, and there is a witch prompt on Sarah's bingo board. I'm so excited you're participating. It's going to be so fun. I want to read Slewfoot too. I keep hearing it's good. Yeah, and Brahm, beautiful illustrations in addition to just wonderful story. I mean, I've heard such good things. I haven't heard anything negative about it. Lauren, welcome, Lauren. She's saying, hey, everyone, just got finished with work and about to head home. Talk with y'all all in a bit for some reading. Yes, be safe on your way home. I would love to read Slewfoot this Halloween, October, but we'll see. Yeah, now Kelsey and I are also doing a buddy read for Salem's Lot in October, because our friend Amy of Amy Teville, she is wanting to read Salem's Lot, and we talked about doing a buddy read. So Kelsey's going to read with us, and Kelsey and I may do something, collaborate, and have a chat. Since we are professional Stephen King Year of King people, don't you think, Kelsey? Faye said, it's probably weird that I'm making a baby blanket while reading a book about a child sociopath, but I guess I'm multifaceted like that. maybe the blanket is grounding you so that you can handle it. Maybe it's kind of like soothing you through the harshness of the book. That was my book club. Me and Kelsey did the live show for it. That's the one good thing that you did a live show. Whenever I get to read episode 13, I can always go back and watch it, see y'all's thoughts on it. Jasmine, hey, Jasmine. It feels like forever since you've been here. And that's what you're saying. I feel like it's been ages since I was able to join. Hopefully everyone's doing okay. Currently homesick from work, so I get to join today. Well, I'm happy you're here, but I'm not happy to hear you're sick. I do hope you feel better soon. Krampus by Bram was so good. Yes. And you gifted me Krampus, and that would be wonderful to read during Christmas. You know how much I love Krampus. I really love Krampus. Kelsey and I got 2 fantastic Krampus books with it's all short stories, but they're just fantastic. And I love the Krampus movie with Toni Collette. I tried to watch some other Krampus movies, and they were not very good at all. They were horrible. And also we watched A Christmas Horror Story. Was that it, Kelsey? The one with William Shatner? That one was fantastic. It was all these different stories that were all intertwined into one big story at the end. But William Shatner is the disc jockey. But I thought it was fantastic. Who has the bingo board? It is Sarah of Sarah Reads. I need to, when we go on sprints, I'm going to go on Instagram, and I'm going to put the link in below, but it's on Instagram if you have Instagram, and it's very cute. She's got everything organized, and she also has, you know, all the different, I don't want to say rules or expectations. And then also she does have a little pumpkin in the middle, but you can either just use that as a free space, or you could go ahead and use it to do something pumpkin related, which I think is fabulous. I think I will get Slewfoot from the library. Excellent, Sarah. Looking beautiful. Blue is your color. Thank you, Vanessa. That is very sweet of you to say. Hit the like button, Amal says. Yes, please hit that like button. I appreciate y'all being here and helping me out, and just helping me out with my reading, with my happiness, because my sprints bring me joy. And most of y'all know I am going to Sicily, and I'm excited about going to Sicily. I'm not excited about driving to Atlanta and then driving home from Atlanta, because I'm not one that likes to drive. I like to be the passenger so I can read and sleep. But I am the driver, the designated driver. And guess what? Driving to Atlanta and driving back, they're both on a Wednesday. So I'm going to miss those 2 Wednesdays. I'm going to miss my happiness with y'all for that time. So send plenty of good vibes both of those Wednesdays. And then the Wednesday in between, I'll be in Sicily. And I don't know what I'm doing there at that day yet. But I'm going to miss y'all greatly. Y'all just please don't forget about me, because I promise I'm going to come back. Alicia says, I read Salem's Lot 2. I'll read Salem's Lot 2 if you guys are going to have a chat about it. Yes. Kelsey and I talked about having a professional, because I'm seeing that. Yes, we are professional king chatters, or maybe live streamers. Yes, I cannot find my words today. Either would work. I think we should. I think in the spirit of King, we should try to find a day in November that we can talk about Salem's Lot. It's okay if we don't do it exactly in October, because Kelsey's going to be big time busy with a readathon that she's doing on Lexi's channel with Halloween related stuff. Kelsey's a big Halloween person. There's a lot going on during October too. And don't forget, folks, Friday the 13th. There's a Friday the 13th in October this year, which makes me extremely happy. I love me some King. I don't know if I read Salem's Lot yet, though. I love Salem's Lot. It is my favorite book. This is not my first read. This will probably be my third read of Salem's Lot. I love it. It's so creepy. And then I want to watch movies of it. I want to watch the original with David Soul. And then I also want to watch the one with Rob Lowe. I don't think I've ever seen that one. It just does not seem familiar to me. And then I think there's a new Salem's Lot movie that came out or is coming out. Breck says, also me and Vanessa and other people are having a Harry Potter series buddy reading on my Discord server. That sounds awesome. I love Harry Potter. I happen to be a Hufflepuff, just to let you know. Any other Hufflepuffs in the chat? Please let us know. I know Kelsey's a Hufflepuff. We could totally do a live show for Salem's Lot if you want, as long as we also record our horror movie marathon chat too after Halloween is over. Yes, I am up for that because you know me, I love talking horror movies. Actually, Kelsey, to be quite honest, I love chatting about anything with you. Anything. We would be good at talking about any possible thing because I miss talking movies together. Yes, I do. I love our movies. If anybody loves to watch chats about horror movies, Kelsey and I did a bunch. Well, we also even did musicals. We did a video on musicals too. But we spent an entire year doing all kinds of holiday horror movies. We've done slashers. Check out Kelsey's channel, Slime and Slashers, because she has all of it. Amy says, the hardcover for Slewfoot is so stunning. Love Brahms' art. The audio is wonderful, too. The voice actor that does it is fantastic. Ooh. Yes, Kat. Christmas Horror Story was the one you were talking about. So good. Yes, it is awesome. I think the first year Kelsey and I did our Christmas horror movie marathon, I think we watched pretty much all the best Christmas horror movies. The second year we had some faves, too, but I think we got the bulk of them our first year, but The Krampus with Toni Collette, I highly recommend. And I also highly recommend The Christmas Horror Story because it's fantastic. Jasmine says, I feel so out of the loop with all the readathons coming up and Halloween prep. I know. I have not, I did a very small amount of Halloween window shopping a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't buy anything the first day we went. And then the second time was Target last week. I happened to get a couple of items because I don't really know how I'm going to decorate this year for Halloween, if I'm going to clear everything off my mantle and decorate that way. I have my bookcases in here now, so I don't know if I'm going to decorate in here. I just don't know. I feel Kelsey and I have shopped at different times together. We shopped early last year, so that was really awesome. And then one year we shopped really late because we were hit by Hurricane Ida and we were out of power. The stores weren't open. And that year we were kind of late with getting our Halloween stuff and everything together, but we did it. We still went out and celebrated. So yeah, no, I mean, I have to start my September list, and it may be the kind of thing that I pull some books, and my TBR is going to be one that's going to be fluid so that I can add as I go. You know, with having this trip coming up and some appointments that I have to get through before I leave, it's a lot. I want some framed art by Brahm to hang in the house. Yeah, he does a great job. Sarah says, thanks so much for sharing my bingo. I'm so excited. Me too. I promise I will look it up when we go to Sprints. Me too, Alicia. I don't know if he sells prints. That would be awesome if he did. Ooh, if Brahm sold prints, I'd totally buy some. Yep. Boop the like button. Thank you, Vanessa. Live King stream. Yes, we did a bunch of live King streams. Last year, 2022, Kelsey and I did a whole entire year of King. Every month we read a Stephen King book or short story or novella, and then we met and we talked about it. We also watched the movie adaptations or the TV adaptations. We were very busy last year with that, and I'm very proud of how our live streams worked out. But I think we could do one for Salem's Lot. I'm not sure either, Amy, but I'm going to investigate. Alicia's on the case for Brahm. For reading him or just chatting about his books? We would be chatting about, if we do a live stream for King, it'll be to discuss Salem's Lot. That's what we would be doing. Definitely will also watch the original Salem's Lot, haha, and maybe I'll watch the Rob Lowe one too. Yeah, that would be great if you did. And I do think there's a new one. I don't know if it's out yet or it's coming out. But I don't know if I'll get to that one or not. I think I put it on my letterbox, but I'm not 100% sure. Hufflepuffs for life. Woohoo. Ooh, Breck, you're Slytherin. My son Andrew is a Slytherin. There's nothing wrong with a Slytherin. We need all of the houses to balance everything out. Oh, I love chatting about anything and everything with you too. Yes, Kelsey, we have fun. Kelsey and I could talk about really anything. Be right back. Going to do some Pokemon reads. Ooh, have fun. I have a book to help us pick out Xmas movies this year, Kat. I'll have to look through it before we get into December. Yes, please, because I really do think we exhausted. Hey, Joanne. Joanne is in the house, and she's wishing everyone a hello. Hello, hello, all the highs. Hi, hi. Everyone is saying hi. How are y'all? What are you guys working on tonight? Lots of readers in the house. We'll also listen to Salem's Lot next week. Perfect, correct? I'm doing all right, thanks. How are you? What are you doing tonight? I'm reading The Last Word. Yay. When will Salem's Lot stream be? Probably not until November. Kelsey and I will have to look at our calendars, and then we'll set a date. Hey, Crystal. Crystal's cooking dinner. What you cooking tonight, Crystal? What are you cooking? Okay, I'm going to be revising chapter 25, 26 of Project Sugar and Spice, plus find beta readers for the book. Very good. And what's for dinner? Everybody wants to know what's for dinner. Are you participating in Kelsey's Carnival Readathon? Yes, I am planning on it. Kelsey's Carnival Readathon is taking place September 1st through the 15th, but I might have to extend mine because I will actually be in Sicily for the majority of it. And I don't know how many books I'm going to be able to pack to bring with me. Okay, so I'll write down my thoughts so I don't forget. Good idea, Brecht. I think that would be fun. We would like to hear your thoughts. Definitely Salem's Lot will be in November, as will Horror Movie Marathon Chat. I'm thinking we can totally coordinate dates soon. Yes, perfect. Crystal, for everyone that wants to know what she is eating tonight, chicken marinated in bulgogi marinade, sauteing some veggies, and a salad. So the bulgogi marinade is Korean, correct? If I'm not mistaken, I think I've had bulgogi at a Korean restaurant. Sounds yummy. Can you tell I want it to be fall? I'm drinking out my fall mug. I can't really take much more of this heat. I know a lot of y'all can relate. I don't usually like it to rain a lot, but I would love it to rain just so that it will cool off. It doesn't have to be a thunderstorm, and it doesn't have to be a hurricane. It could just be regular rain, nice and steady. Also, if anyone's interested in donating, I have a Ko-Fi that I'm using to raise money for commissioning character art for the book. So yeah, she has her information if anybody's interested. How cute is that mug? Yeah, you know where I got this mug? I got this mug from Hobby Lobby. Hobby Lobby. I don't know if you have Hobby Lobby where you live, Breck, but Hobby Lobby has some cute little fall things. It doesn't feel like fall today at all, but I love that mug. I know it doesn't. It does not. And my coffee is not hot anymore, which is probably good because it would make me sweat. And guess what I'm drinking? Praline pecan. I'm not even supposed to be drinking coffee. I'm supposed to be giving it up, but I'm trying. It's right now it's a coping mechanism. It's been raining here all day. Chilly. Oh, you're so lucky, Kay. You're so lucky. Thank you, Sarah. It is cute. I love it. I should get a couple of more. They do have some different little dogs. I saw that last time. Maybe I'll get a couple of extras. Yep, Korean usually used with beef, but we don't eat a lot of red meat, so I'm just using chicken. I think that would be great. Wonderful. Cute mug. Thank you, Kay. And then, nope, no Hobby Lobby here. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't even know if Hobby Lobby is all over the country of the United States, honestly. Y'all have to let me know where you folks are living in different places. But I have a Hobby Lobby in my area, which I'm very grateful for. So my husband just told me he used to have a book of Brahms art. He doesn't know what happened to it. I'm disappointed too, Alicia. How could he not know where Brahms art is? Kat, you have to give up coffee too? Yes, I really do need to, because part of this issue is, I don't know if I told you this, but part of the issue is I have high cholesterol, but I think it's genetic because I've had high cholesterol, I think, since birth. And it's the same number every time, the bad cholesterol or whatever. And I don't want to take medicine because of all the side effects. And so my cardiologist is trying to help with that. That's why I'm doing plant-based and giving up dairy and giving up gluten and all that kind of stuff. And then not eating a lot of animal protein, animal products or whatever, or if I do, very sparingly. And the coffee really is because of reflux. I have reflux and I've had it for about 10 years. And my cardiologist wants me to try to get off the medicine because that has side effects. So those are two things. And then I also have another little issue, woman related, and we're hoping that the diet and everything will fix that. She's convinced. She's a holistic doctor, but she's a cardiologist as well as internal medicine. So we'll see. I mean, the good news is I've lost 9 pounds without really even trying, because I really can't eat anything. I feel like just grass, but I do feel better overall. I really do feel better. And I think that once I get my act together and everything's good and I get off the medicine, I may be able to drink coffee. I don't drink a lot of coffee to begin with, but I may be able to incorporate that back. She doesn't want me to drink coffee because she doesn't want me to drink caffeine, but also because of the reflux. But I heard that there's low acid coffee. So if I can find some and like it, then I will, because I just enjoy it. I like it. It's a good taste to it. There's all kinds of flavors, and I've been drinking it for a long time. Breck says, if you want to get in the fall vibes from the 1st of September, we'll have a buddy reading of Harry Potter. Yes, I don't know if I can read Harry Potter because I will be out of the country, but I think that would be fun. Maybe I can watch some Harry Potter. How about that? Gotcha. I feel like coffee would be the hardest thing for me to quit. I love my coffee. Me too. I mean, there's just something about waking up in the morning and having your coffee. It smells wonderful. I don't know. I don't know if I can do it. Yep, quitting coffee is the hardest. Yeah. I would never be able to give up coffee. It is lifeblood. It is. I love it. That's for sure. Okay, well, we are down to the end of the comments, so I think we need to do some swimming. I was about to say we're going to do some swimming. We're going to do some sprinting. I cannot talk today. And then Linda pops in. Hey, Linda, welcome. She's telling everybody hello. And Annie's saying, I would love to find low acid coffee as I can't drink it either. Well, Annie, I am going to find that coffee and I will let you know. I believe there is some out there now. How it tastes, I'm not sure. And Breck is saying hello to you, Linda. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a 30-minute sprint for our first sprint, if everybody's okay with that. Get us into our groove. So I got to start our kitty cat. I changed our background. It is really bright. And the reason it is because that's how I feel the sun is shining on me. That is a bright kitty cat. Woohoo! There we go. Okay, so see y'all back in a little bit. Happy reading or happy tasking, whatever you're choosing to do. Or if you're just relaxing, happy relaxing. Hello. Welcome back. Let me stop our kitty cat. Here we go. Okay, how did everyone do? I almost made it to May in my book. Almost. I am 2 entries away from May. Poor Bridget. She's so ecstatic that she has lost some weight. She worries about her weight, which I think is terrible because she's not fat to begin with, in my opinion. But her friend suggests that maybe she has a tapeworm. And then he proceeds to tell her how to get rid of the tapeworm. He said, to hold a bowl of warm milk and a pencil in front of my mouth. Tapeworms love warm milk, apparently. They love it. Open my mouth, and then when the worm's head appears, wrap it carefully around the pencil. I don't know if that is scientifically proven to get rid of your tapeworm. But then Bridget attends a party and she thinks she looks fabulous. And the whole entire night, everyone tells her how she looks tired and she looks drawn, and they liked her better when she wasn't as skinny because she ended up losing like 7 pounds. But poor Bridget. Poor Bridget. Okay, so let's see where we were at. I know Linda came in. Oh, yes. Margaret. Margaret Pinard came in. Hey, hey, meow, meow. And she was saying how she missed our chat session because she was chatting with customer service. And I did put in Sarah's fall bingo board for Instagram. Here is the link for anyone who is interested. And she's doing September and October. The reason for September is her birthday month. And September is when our fall season starts. And then October's the spooky season. I told Margaret that she'd have more fun if she was in our chat. And she said, definitely, but duty calls rhymes with booty calls in my head. Can't help it. Girl can't help it. Margaret is hilarious. She has been doing her fireside chats all month in August. I happened to be a guest on August the 11th, and we had a great time doing some improv. But she has had some fabulous guests on. I haven't seen all of them yet, but plan to. And she's also doing a little giveaway with it if you know what the person's favorite word is. Amal says, starting hedging your bets, NetGalley arc. Lauren says, I'm back. Starting chapter 2 of From Below by Darcy Coates, which is water horror. Is this your first Darcy Coates, Lauren, or have you read a few? Oh my God, Bean meowed right before your timer went off. Funny. That is hilarious. I love it. I read a little more of my Kate Atkinson. Got a little better. Excellent. Better is good. And Alicia says, I'm looking forward to From Below. I hope you like it. And Faye says, I finished crocheting and read 14 pages. Excellent. Faye, do you also crochet little characters? I think they're so cute. There's so many cute little characters you can crochet. It's precious. My daughter read me 2 Robert Munch books, and I read 8 pages of episode 13. That's awesome. I love that your daughter read to you. I actually had some students read to me today, some second graders. For those of you that don't know, I started a new job. I'm going to be a Title I tutor at a school, a Catholic school in Independence. I work for Tangipahoa School Parish, but the home base where I'm going to be is Mata Della Rosa. And I had some second graders read to me. We had to do like a little assessment, and then I have to rank them to see who qualifies for services through Tangipahoa. But so cute. I used to teach second grade for many, many years. It was my favorite grade for a long time. Oh my God, even before WebMD, the misinformation. Yes, I would not take the tapeworm advice at all. I got up to 24%. That is excellent, Breck. Good job. Annie's at 96%. Since I am almost done with it, I took out another book on Libby, The Shape of Darkness by Laura Purcell. Very good. Nope. 25. I don't know what that stands for. Lauren says, Alicia, hey, I've heard great things about this one, and it's my first from her too. Perfect. 25%. Very good. Okay, Brecht, I get it. I do crochet little animals and things. I used to sell crocheted monkeys and owls. Oh, how cute. I love that. Now, what school parish? Is that a native name? Tangipahoa, yes. In Louisiana, we have parishes instead of like counties. We have what is known as parishes, and I live in Tangipahoa Parish. That is, and it's always funny to hear when people try to say Tangipahoa because they can't always say it. I want to see that spelled. Okay, Margaret, I'm going to type it in right now. There you go, Tangipahoa. Now, a guy that I know from my grammar school years, he works for a newspaper in Ponchatoula, which is the town not very far from where I live. And he just put out for a newspaper, do you call it Tangipahoa or do you call it Tangipaho? Because some people do call it that, but I don't like that. My daughter is going into second grade. Second grade was my favorite grade to teach. It probably still is my favorite grade to teach, honestly. But once Andrew got a little bit older, I don't know, my patience level for little people just got, I don't know. It was like trying to have to teach them all the stuff again. I was like looking forward to maybe getting with older kids. So I ended up taking a sabbatical and then taught junior high, 8th grade language arts. So I don't know. Second grade, though, was a precious age, in my opinion. So much neat stuff that you could do. But I think part of it, too, is it wasn't so much my second graders. It was the fact that school just was not as fun as when I first started teaching. I mean, like I used to do a lot with my kids. We used to have like show and tell, and I'd let my students, one part of their show, they were like student of the week, and one part was show and tell, a regular show and tell, but then they had pet show and tell so they could bring their animals in and share with us. That was like one of my favorite things, and the kids loved it. And it just seemed like every year they were like jamming new programs and stuff down your throat and not taking anything out. And then it got to the point where you just, all the fun stuff was kind of taken out of the class. And I mean, second grade, I mean, they're a little more self-sufficient, but in my opinion, they're still young. They need to have fun. Tangipahoa is my guess. Kind of close, but no. I love it, Margaret. Yes, Margaret, you should check out the parishes of Louisiana because many of them are named Native American, because we did have plenty of Native American tribes here. Second grade was my favorite grade to be in. Yeah, I love second grade because second grade was the year you learned how to write in cursive. So you felt kind of older because you were getting to write like the big people. But you know, I don't know how it is with the school systems in other places, but Louisiana got rid of learning cursive. We used to call them GLEs. Now they're the standards. And it now literally is, you just have to know how to sign your name in cursive. So like, I guess if you write a check or you get something, a document, but yeah. Whoops. I loved it. I love second grade. I'm currently on my little teaching sabbatical, Cat. I know, Lauren, enjoy it. Enjoy it, because I just think now teaching has always been hard, in my opinion, just because you're always working, constantly working. And if it wasn't for your your students, because also too, it depends on your administration. If you don't have a good administration that's supportive either. But I just think a lot has changed. Our society has changed. Parents are different, administrations are different. And instead of the schools sticking with something to see if it's going to, benefit over long haul, they keep wanting to try to change things. And our kids are not they're not mastering. Like when I was in school, we mastered everything. I still remember rules that I learned, from my school years, especially grammar school years. So enjoy your sabbatical. Enjoy. I took a sabbatical. The year I took a sabbatical from second grade, I was only supposed to be gone a year. I was gone for 3 years. And I mean, I did some other things. That's when I started taking acting classes. And that's when I started blogging so I could work on my writing skills. Yeah, it was good times. And then I ended up going back because Andrew was in fourth grade when I took my sabbatical. And I just wanted to make sure Andrew had all the opportunities his brother had. Like I wanted Andrew to be involved in like drama and different things. And being a teacher allowed me to have that same schedule as him because my husband's a truck driver and he's on the road, and I had to be available all the time to, get to my children. So, or our children. I mean, they're both of our kids, but anyway, so I did go back and I taught for a while, and then I was an instructional coach for a while. I actually was a librarian for 4 years as well in my educational journey. But I left in May of last year and took the year off to explore YouTube and get my channel going. And it's just been nice. But I've also been helping my mother-in-law, with some of her health issues, taking care of her, bring her to appointments. So it was really a good thing that I did take the year. And now I'm teaching, but in a different capacity. And I don't have to work very long hours. Oh, Pet Show and Tell sounds so cute. It was. I loved it. In fact, I would bring in my pets too to share with my students. And my very first year, I taught second grade. We brought our Colombian boa snake. It was my son Barry's snake that he had, and my husband brought it for me for my Pet Show and Tell, and the kids were like in awe. And then one year, I think it was the year I taught Andrew in second grade. I think it was that year. I brought our ferrets. We had 2 ferrets called Zig and Zag, and the kids absolutely loved the ferrets. I love animals. I really do. I read The Silent Companions and loved it, so I'm sure I'll like this one too. Oh, talking to Margaret. I read Deep Delta Justice about South Louisiana, a great nonfiction book. Excellent. Who's the author of that, Margaret? Yeah, education is so tough to be right now. I know. And the thing is I don't want to discourage these teachers that are going into teaching. Like my friend Shelly's daughter is going to school right now, and she wants to be a pre-K teacher, probably like pre-K 3, 4. But, I just, her personality, I'm just like, I hope that she gets into a good school with a supportive administration and that the parents are supportive, because, all it takes really, and you should know this, Lauren, all it takes is one parent that can like ruin your year, and, or another coworker or just administration. It's not about teaching the kids anymore. It seems like it's all about other stuff, which is kind of funky. Ooh, nice. Annie will mark it on Storygraph. I love my 8th grade. Yeah, I loved my 8th grade too. This is funny. I had a teacher. We didn't have the Catholic school I attended. We sometimes didn't have a certified teacher teaching us. So we always had like this one sub named Miss Scarcella. And in our 8th grade year, for our language arts teacher, we ended up with an actor. And I guess teaching's perfect for actors, honestly, if you're going to sub and stuff like that. So, but I loved him because he was the one that introduced me to like poetry and Edgar Allan Poe. And I can remember this distinctly. We had an assignment where we had to memorize a poem, and I chose Annabel Lee by Edgar Allan Poe. And I was like so impressed with myself. But yeah, he was also one that, wanted us to try to write and be very creative. And then he didn't stay very long, and we got Miss Scarcella again. I think I must have had Miss Scarcella in my grammar school years at least 3 different times as like a long-term sub. She just would not go away. Annie says, I lived in a tiny country town in 2nd grade, so I love the extra attention. I went from 40 kids in my class in the city to 12 in that town. Yeah, I want to say my first year that I taught, because I taught up here in Hammond, but it was a small Christian school. And because I already had a degree in drama communications, I could do an alternate certification and just go into an education. I was a graduate student working on an education degree. Like a certificate. It was a certification. And I was all set to student teach. But because I had a degree, you could do an internship. And you had a lot of different, requirements and things that went with it. But you got paid. That was the difference between the internship and your student teaching. So about a week before school started, my friend Shelly's mom, they were living up here at the time. She, because we were living on the South Shore and this job was on the North Shore. And she called me and said, hey, I just saw a 2nd grade position in the newspaper. So I came up here, I interviewed, I got it, and I commuted an hour each way to do it. I got a paycheck that year, but I want to say I only had like 12 kids. And then one year when I taught at a Lutheran school, I taught kindergarten, and I only had 7. I had 7, I think, up until April. And I ended up having 9 at the end. We had 2 students join us towards the end of the year, but that was awesome. Of course, neither one of those schools paid very well, but you got to start somewhere. Ooh, I've already got a Shape of Darkness marked as wish list from a recommendation by Books and Things. Margaret says, yes, I remember mastering long division and was then able to completely forget it. Anything to do with math, I forget. Thanks for sharing your professional journey, Kat. It's super helpful. You're welcome. I'm so not excited about my sophomore year this year. Uh-oh. 12 kids in the town. Ooh. Finish Unmissing. Wow, that was messed up. And then you love it. And then the author is Matthew Van Meter. Let me write that down. Matthew Van Meter. Might have to look that up. Get people's perspectives. Subtitle, Black Teen, His Lawyer, and the Groundbreaking Battle for Civil Rights in the South. It went into the Times for context so seamlessly. Yeah, that sounds good. 12 in my class, and everyone was so friendly. I hated going back to the city. She says, hey, Jessica. Glad I caught these sprints reading Dead 11 by Jimmy Giuliano. Holding on tight to my summer before returning to teaching. Oh, good luck with that, Jessica. When do you start? When do you go back to school? Is it after Labor Day? Kay, Finish Unmissing. Wow, that was messed up, love it. But then my internet went out. It's not even raining anymore. Oh, man. And Jasmine said I dozed off reading. I'm back. Yeah, I did doze off earlier today when I was reading Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. So I took kind of like a little siesta. It wasn't very long, but kind of refreshed me a little bit. And he said I taught pre-K, but only in private schools and loved it. Yeah, most of my teaching has been in private schools, well, like a Christian Catholic school. I did all my pre-service teaching, though, in public. And I did work Title I in public for about a month, but they needed a sub at my son's school. And I ended up going there because the teacher kind of left them. And it was second grade. So they were like, please come and teach it. It was during my sabbatical time, but it was only for maybe about 10 weeks. Yes, September 5th. Yes, hold on to your summer as long as you can. Yeah, and I hope that you have a good year. We go back for 3 hours on September 1st. Okay. And why 3 hours? Why 3 hours, Brecht? And then first day with kids on the 5th for me. Yeah. So, I mean, at least, do you get out in June? I'm curious. Do you get out in June? Because we usually start at the beginning of August, but then we are out like around May 22nd, 23rd, something like that. We used to start later in August and get out around Memorial Day. And actually, there have been a couple of years where Memorial Day was on the calendar. Like we had to go to school on Memorial Day. So sometimes I went ahead and took that day off because I'm like, because it was like towards the end of the year and you're packing up your classroom, but the kids still come. Yeah, we get out in June. Yeah, so you at least get, you start a little bit later, but then you have to get out in June. I don't know how hot it is where you are. It is like so hot here, starting in like April, May, and then it is like super hot in August. Like that is the worst to have to work carpool and recess and all that. We get to meet our class and management teacher who goes on trips with us, etc., and we eat lunch together. That's awesome. Hey, Patty. Hi, just joined in the middle of teacher chat. God bless all you teachers. Thank you. Yeah, teachers are awesome. And I don't think they get as much credit as they deserve for all their hard work. So yeah, kudos to our teachers and all of our service workers, people who are in the service industry too. Nurses also. I just find things have changed so much in our world. That we just don't, I don't know. I don't think they get the respect and the acknowledgement that they need. And sometimes the support. Okay, so I think we'll do a longer sprint this time so we can get some reading in. If everybody is good with 45 minutes, we will do a 45-minute sprint because I think I'm going to go get a bite to eat during my time. And then get some more reading done because I do need to get the reading. I don't have AC in my classroom, so it gets hot. This past year wasn't too bad, though, thankfully. Ooh, our AC was not working yesterday in our Title I job, and I think it got me all stuffing. Okay, so I got good acknowledgement for 45 from Alicia. Okay, guys and gals, let me go ahead and share our screen. And there is Kitty. Okie dokie. See y'all in a little bit. Happy reading, happy tasking, napping, whatever you're going to do. Okie dokie. We are back. How did everybody do? What did everybody do? I ended up eating dinner. I ate red beans and rice. And I read. I am starting journal the diary entries for June. A lot has happened. Bridget has had a pregnancy scare, and thankfully she's not pregnant because I don't think she could handle being pregnant. And I guess she and her boss are now officially an item. It's hard to tell. I will say that the men in this book are not all portrayed in the best light based on Bridget's friends and the relationships they are having with some of these guys. They're single, and I don't know. I mean, I feel badly for them. The only guy in the book that I really feel like is a good guy and he's being treated horribly is Bridget's dad. And that's because Bridget's mom has decided to, like, girls gone wild, and decided that she doesn't want to be a wife and wants a career in television, and she's going off jet setting and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, it's funny and it's humorous, and I don't know. It's also fun, like, to hear it, a lot of the vocabulary, British vocabulary. Some of it I have to look up and see what it exactly means. I mean, in context, I can pretty much figure it out. But I don't know. It's a good time. It definitely fits Garb August, I think, as far as being like a trashy, indulgent read. I mean, I think it works perfectly for that. Okay, so Lauren had wished everybody happy reading. Bon appetit from Margaret. Jordan Mahoney was in the house wishing us a hello and wondering what I was writing, but I'm not writing anything. I'm actually reading for Garb August and wishing Margaret hello. Margaret is probably getting ready for her live chat this evening for Fireside Chats. Today I watched the Screen Trap episode of Scooby-Doo. I love me some Scooby-Doo. And Sheena McCall Legator is basically Dutch for having a good meal or a very good meal. And if anybody is here from Holland, don't know what I mean, my dictation won't pronounce it for some reason. Breck did some admin work for Buddy Reed of Salem's Lot. Nothing much of anything else. That's okay. You got something done. Crystal read 3 stories from the Edward story collection. Perfect Garb August read. Yeah, I like that book that you have, the Edward story collection. I saw it in your second vlog. I still need to watch your third vlog. I can't wait to watch it because you were at the Stanley Hotel, which is awesome. I got to visit the Stanley Hotel back in April of 2021. My friend Helen lived in Lakewood, Colorado, which is not too far from Denver. And when Shelly and I went to go visit her, she took me to the Stanley Hotel. It was a total surprise. I was so excited. And we actually snuck up and went and saw the room where Stephen King stayed and got to take some pictures and stuff. So it was really cool. I'm glad you got to visit. You and I kind of chatted a little bit on Instagram. I would have loved to have stayed there, but like you said, it's a pricey place, but it's so beautiful. And the day we were there, we had stopped at a store before going up there. They had snow flurries. It didn't last very long, but it was exciting because in April, there's still snow in the mountains. We actually got to see some snow in the mountains. So I can't wait to watch your trip. Got to 22%. It's pretty fun so far. I have my ideas on what's happening, and I'm so curious to see if I'm right. Yeah, that sounds like a good time. All right, several chapters of Whale Fall and Fed the Pup. Yeah, I had to go feed my cat, Poir. Well, it's really technically Andrew's cat, but I mean, she's still living with me. And she will meow you to death if you don't feed her. And then I went and checked an ice cream bar. Apparently Andrew came to feed him today, but when I went to go check on him, all he had was his little head poking up out of the bedding or whatever. So I hope he's doing good. We have a God bless from Saffron Via. Finished dinner and got my game event done. Now going to read. Okay. I need to write this name down. I am so sorry, Kay. Why I cannot remember. What? You told me at the very beginning. It's a beautiful name for a title, and I can never remember it. Don't be mad at me. I'm glad you're making progress now and you're reading. Do you do game night every Wednesday night? I'm curious. Just got back from figuring a bot out. I will go to sleep now. Good night, Breck. Thank you for hanging out. I really do appreciate you hanging out. I know you're in a different time zone than we are. Good luck with school, too, because I'm not going to see you when you get back to, when you start school on the 1st. Okay, so did anyone else get dinner or do anything else besides read? I know Alicia said she went and brought her pup out. I tried to bring my little dog out because he was passing gas in here. So I thought maybe he needed to go potty, but all he did was go out on the deck and kind of look at me. So I am not really sure what is going on with that. And how many people have started their lists for October for the spooky season? Anybody? A Court, yes, here it is. Okay. A Court of Silver Flames. A Court of Silver Flames. Why can I not remember that? It's such a beautiful title. Of Silver Flames. Let's see. Lauren said, I didn't do any reading. 40 minutes goes by quick. Yes, it really does. Especially if you're doing some other things along with trying to read. Like, I am glad I'm making progress in my book, but I'm only on page 121. And I need to get to 271 is stats. So really 267. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish that before tomorrow, because I'd really like to be finished that one. Because I'm thinking about reading another book for Garb August, one of those little books that I had gotten from Friends of the Library. One of them is like a little murder mystery. That sounds good. And then in my Judy Blume book, I think I have about 80 pages in that one. So I may end up finishing my Judy Blume book before I finish the Bridget Diaries. But the little one I'm talking about, it looks like it would be a real short one. So I don't know. Maybe I could get 2 more Garb August books in this week. We shall see. Alicia, how you liking Whalefall? I wish I had time to read it this summer. Yep, currently it's 2 a.m. where Brecht is. I can't think of the last time I stayed up till 2 a.m. Sometimes I wake up at 2 a.m. Not mad, I understand it took me a while to get them too, but it's much easier to type the acronym than the whole title. Yes, I get it. Thank you. Thank you for, understanding. I ate and read about 12 pages. Great. What did you eat, Faye? I like to know. Did cat and chicken chores, hoping to start the Ferryman by Justin Cronin in the next sprint. So you have chickens too. So does Alicia. Alicia is a chicken mom also. I think that's awesome, Patty. My family wants to have chickens. Actually, Andrew wanted us to have runner ducks before we got Luna. And I was open to the idea because they're really cool. But now that I have Luna, I'm like, I can't have chickens or runner ducks because I'm too afraid that she would be chasing them. She likes anything that moves. Hey, Melissa. How are you? Just got back from playing in a giant ball pit play area with my little guy. Won't be reading until later tonight, but I do love living through others who have time to. Aw. I hope you are feeling well. Melissa's going to be having a baby, and soon you'll be having your baby. I hope that you are refreshed from your trip to Utah. I think it's really cool that you're from Utah. Lauren said, I've started my fall TBR in my head. Got to make a huge library haul run. Okay, that sounds good. I have got to start going to the library, but I don't think I can do anything until I get back from Sicily. We have an important doctor visit for my mom on Friday, which once we go this doctor visit and I get more information, I'll share what's been going on with my mom. As you know, she was hospitalized in July, and ever since then, I feel like I can't get back in any kind of routine. But I think it's a combination of a lot of things. You know, I'm starting this new job and, you know, just trying to wrap up things in August, but I haven't really made a lot of plans after my trip to Sicily. I'm supposed to be going to see an improv show with the Who's Line, some of the guys from Who's Line in November with an improv friend of mine. And then I have stuff planned with Kelsey. But otherwise, I don't really have a lot of social stuff going on, which I think will help me catch my breath after Sicily. I'm excited about going, but I'm also a little anxious about leaving, just because of everything that's going on. Alicia says, Lauren, I'm liking Whale Fall so far. I'm guessing I'm about 60% through, and I just want everyone to leave me alone so I can see how it ends. You having some interrupters? Patty says, I'm hoping to start some lists tomorrow. I did download track from Kelsey's recommendations and hope to add movies and shows there. Yeah, and also check out Letterboxd too. My Letterboxd is public. I've made my Halloween list public. It's not final. I haven't finalized it because I need to see what Kelsey's going to be watching. Nothing for October yet. I still need to plan for September. Me too. I'm just kind of thinking, since I'm doing Sarah's bingo board for the fall, I'm trying to see where I can balance both September and October. And so I'm kind of like Lauren. I have like thoughts in my mind about October and trying to think about my September. But I am planning on bringing books on my trip because I know I'm going to have some time to read. And like I joked, my brother-in-law drives crazy. I was joking on Kelsey's sprints. He scares me when he drives. So a lot of times when I drive with him in Atlanta, I bring like a magazine or something with me, and I try to focus on that because I don't know if you've ever driven in Atlanta. It is like massive lanes, more lanes than what we have. And everybody drives 20 miles over the speed limit, and it makes me a nervous wreck. So I can just imagine what it's going to be like when he's driving in Sicily. So I may have to have something to read to occupy my mind. Either that or I might be like scared to death. I have started making my watch list for October. Annie Rex for good movies to watch. Well, I know you follow me on Letterboxd. You can check what I'm watching. You may have watched some of the things. I want to get to Mr. Harrigan's Phone this time. I had it on my list last time and did not get to read it, but I'm trying to get to the If It Bleeds collection by Stephen King because I have to read one story in there before Holly comes out, because I really, really, really want to read Holly in September or October. And one of the squares on the bingo is to read something from 2023, and that would fit perfectly. I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I have to see my letterbox. I know I'm doing Knock at the Cabin, and I'm doing Smile, and I'm also going to see if I can find where I can watch that Evil Dead Rising movie, because I didn't get to see it in the theater. And I am watching some Salem's Lot, the original, and I'm also watching the Rob Lowe, and I think the other one. And then Fall of the House of Usher, I think, has come to Netflix. So I might even put that on there. I don't know if it's a TV show or if it's a movie, but I do need to check out Shudder and see what's on there. And then I do have to check out Kelsey's to see, because we're supposed to be talking that about movies. I got my daughter ready for bed. I'm actually looking on the library for some books for fall. Yeah, and Sarah, your recommendation has some good books on there, and I might even read the Goosebumps that you have on there. I really try to read a Goosebumps a month if I can. I've been slacking. I didn't read any this month, and I don't think I got one for July, and then I ended up not reading it. But I found a new series, which I hauled in my last vlog for Garb August. I got it at the Scholastic Book Fair. So it's a new series. Scariest Book Ever is what it's called. And Lauren says, gimme Spooky Rex, Movie Rex. Yeah, and also too, Lauren made me aware of this, that there is a Agatha Christie movie coming out, and it's based on Agatha Christie's book, Halloween Party. That would be cool to be able to see that one. I think it's coming out in September. Amy, have you seen Trick or Treat? That's a good one. The one with Sam. I love that. It has so many great so many great actors in it. I finished my book and made it to 86%, and K-Books can be deceiving. I'm also eating veggie noodle soup now. Sounds yummy. I haven't made a September list yet. Yeah, I'm going to be working on my September list. And also, my plans are to try to do my video about Sarah's bingo board and just kind of talk about some books I'd like to get to during that time. And then also do a separate September TBR. It's just going to be a matter of time. I was going to film that video today about the bingo board, but then I ended up going to work unexpectedly to try to finish some things, because I'm probably not going to go next week at all with me leaving. So I don't know if I'm going to get that out in time or not. I might have to combine them. The writing style is a bit quick and broken, and I think that lends to the anxiety-inducing type of story that it is. I don't know if that makes any sense. I do. I think writing style can set a tone and create an atmosphere of anxiety for sure. Jasmine read 2 chapters of Book Lovers and catching up on 90 Day Fiancé. Ooh, you reading some romance. Alicia says, I highly recommend owning chickens if you can. My husband really wants to. Like I said, my husband wants to do the chickens. I think my oldest son wants chickens. Andrew wants runner ducks, but I'm just too afraid with Luna. I just don't know what would happen. And then guess who would be taking care of them? Me. I just don't think I can do that anymore. Faye says she's bored and she ate cereal and some corn chips. That's not boring, I don't think. I sometimes eat things like that. Sometimes I'll just eat watermelon. That'll be my dinner. I'm excited for my fall TBR. You probably all have it all planned, Kelsey. All planned. You always are ahead of the game. I'm always like a day late and a dollar short, unfortunately. And he says a really good mystery paranormal movie is Harry Price, Ghost Hunter, which is on Tubi and maybe Peacock too, but not real scary, but a good plot. Okay, let me write that down. Harry Price. It does not sound familiar to me. Harry Price, a Ghost Hunter. Yeah, not everything on my list has to be super scary, for sure. Sometimes you want to just, watch something. Like I've watched Hocus Pocus one year. I've watched Halloween Town. Oh, thanks, Kat. Wow, good memory. Yes, 2 more months left, and then the real chaos ensues. Two boys under the age of 2. You can do it. You can do it. You're a mommy. You're a woman. You can do it. And I know, I mean, I just have to say, I admire you having a baby and carrying a baby in the summer because my Andrew was a summer baby and his birthday is August 1st. And I'm going to tell you what, that was so hard because I was so hot when I was pregnant, just in general. My oldest son is a January 1st baby in winter, and I was still hot with him. But Andrew, it was like 100 times worse because you were already hot. And then, I mean, there were days where I just wanted to lay on the sofa under a fan and in the air conditioner and not do anything. So I'm excited for you though. I know it's going to be tough in the beginning because you're going to have sleepless nights, and you might be having sleepless nights with your little 2-year-old, but your baby boy that you have right now is precious. And the thing is savor it because I think it just goes by so quickly, too quickly. I mean, my baby is 22 now, and I'm just like, that just seems impossible to me. It just goes by too quick. Patty says, I'm fairly new to the chicken world, but it's been a ton of fun. That's responsible of you to know that. Yes, to know that though. Yeah, our neighbors next door just got chickens, and they didn't have the chickens sexed ahead of time. I think you pay a little more for that, is what my husband was explaining. So they ended up with 2 roosters. But I just have to tell you, I hear them sometimes in the morning, and they have the cutest little cock-a-doodle-doo. I mean, they're not majorly loud, but I'm interested to see how they do with their chickens and just see how difficult it is. You know, between you and Alicia and maybe my neighbor, we can see how difficult, easy it is. I just worry about it because, like, I'm at a time in my life where I want to travel and stuff, and I'm just worried about like who's going to be here to take care of chickens. Like, you can board your cats and your dogs if you need to, or somebody's willing to take your cat and dog. Not, I mean, it's the same thing with ice cream bar. Like, not just anybody wants to come take care of your snake and feed your snake. So hope I didn't miss too much. I was editing a video really quick. No, we sprinted for about 45 minutes, and we did chat a little bit about all kinds of things. I'm making progress on my Bridget Jones diary. So obviously you weren't reading Twilight if you were doing your video. But what is today? Today, oh, you're working on your video. Is this to release your video for Carnival? That's going to be fun. Oh, how fun. Whose line is so funny. Yes. And I want to say it's Wayne Brady's not going to be one of them. Colin Mockery is not going to be one of them. But the guy who's with Wayne Brady and Colin Mockery, I can't remember what his name is, but Sherwood is supposed to be one of them. I'll have to look at the lineup. 2 of the guys I don't know, but 2 I recognize because one of them actually came on our improv meetings that we were having during COVID and gave us some advice about doing improv, and we got to ask a lot of questions and stuff. But yeah, I think it's going to be fun. Now they tend to do more short form improv, which I learned how to do long form improv. So that'll be fun. I have not really tried short form. It might be something that I might enjoy, checking out. But so far I haven't met anybody that does short form. So can't learn it, unless I can find somebody that teaches it. I couldn't do city driving now. I would be a mess. It is tough because I will say that if I don't drive in New Orleans for a while and I have to go down to New Orleans, sometimes I'm a little anxious because I'm so used to driving in my area, which has gotten busier, but it's not the same. And I will say I don't really enjoy driving in Baton Rouge. That's where Andrew's living right now. And I've had to go to Baton Rouge a couple of times for stuff. And I just think it's that I'm not used to it. But I think Baton Rouge there's more traffic in Baton Rouge than in New Orleans. and I'm just more familiar with New Orleans, but I do get a little anxious going back sometimes. You got to drive aggressively in Atlanta. Oh yes, yes. I mean, there were times that when my dad and I drove to Atlanta in May of 2021 for my niece's graduation from high school. And you're trying to listen to the GPS. It was the first time I drove in Atlanta, and you're in this lane. You're trying to strategically stay in the lane, and all of a sudden it would tell you, you need to take a right in such and such amount of time. And I felt like I had to fly to get all the way to the other side to get off the exit. I'm like, it's just, it's very scary. It's not fun. All the roads are called Peachtree. Yes. And then also too, I will say, the drivers, some of them are not very, compassionate towards people. Like, I always think to myself, person in front of you could be a teenager learning how to drive, could be an elderly person, could be a person that is new to the area, and people are like blaring their horns. And I'm also a person that does not want to take risks about just jutting out really fast and, to like turn down a street or whatever when you got oncoming traffic. And I felt like if you were ready to turn, if somebody was behind you, they were like ready to blow their horn and you did not have enough time to get across. So I didn't like that. That made me nervous too. I'm excited about reading Holly too. Yes, Sarah, it's going to be, Holly is one of my favorite characters, King characters. She's so good. And I'm hoping it's going to be so good. You know how like when something gets super hyped and then you're like disappointed. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case. I'm going to tell you, I just finished Fairy Tale a week ago, and I absolutely loved Fairy Tale so much. And I'm so glad that I read it. I still think about Charlie Reed and Radar, his dog. I'm going to make a playlist of all our fall movie talks so maybe peeps can find some recs. Yes, that's a great idea. Yeah, check out Slime and Slashers. Kelsey at Slime and Slashers has lots of awesome content. Kelsey and I did lots of movie chats. We did holiday movies. We've done slashers. We've done musicals. That was a fun one to do. We've done zombies. We've done Christmas. We've done Halloween. Just a bunch of really fun chats. We also did a challenge one year, and I was forced to watch Christmas Evil 2 years in a row. And that was a lot of fun. However, I will, in the defense of Christmas Evil, say I did feel differently about it when I watched it the second time. I guess I had more time to process it, but it still is a weird movie. Kelsey says, I also plan on releasing some movie rec videos leading into late September and early October. I'm excited. Me too. Oh, I just watched Evil Dead Rise. So much blood. It's on HBO Max. I don't have HBO Max. I wish there was a way, and then I can't get my discs after September. I know that y'all probably think it's so weird. Some of you probably don't even know that you still could get DVDs, but 25 years, Netflix had DVDs going out, and they announced about 6 months ago that they are getting rid of their DVDs. And I am so brokenhearted because I get 3 DVDs at a time, plus I stream. And I love my little DVDs that come in the mail. In fact, I've been doing a summer of Scream, and every Scream movie I watched, except for the last one, number 6, I'm going to have to watch it. I'm going to have to stream it, I'm pretty sure. And also, I think I had to stream number 3. For some reason, number 3 wasn't available, but I'm gonna have to stream the last one. But I've gotten the Screams on DVD. I've been watching The Office. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to finish season 9, which I've been watching that and then listening to my podcast. And I think the only place that The Office is streaming is Peacock, and I don't have a subscription to that either. So it just bums me out. Bums me out. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you that Evil Dead Rise, my husband and I saw the preview, and that looks like so scary. Super scary. Follow the House of Usher is a TV show, sort of the same collection as Haunting of Hill House, Haunting of Bly Manor, Midnight Mass, and Midnight Club. I Okay, so I really couldn't maybe count it for a movie then. I'll have to watch House of Usher separately maybe at a different time. I'm just gonna say if everybody's probably seen Midnight Mass already. I loved Midnight Mass. I thought it was an excellent TV show. So good. Yes, I watched Trick or Treat last year. I watched Trick or Treat last year too, Amy, because I couldn't get it the year before. Made me mad I hadn't watched it sooner. Yes, my husband and I loved Trick or Treat, and Sam is so awesome. He's so awesome. I mean, it's weird to say that he's cute, even though he does some bad things, but he's precious. Definitely looking forward to your movie rec video, Kelsey. I almost have it planned for books, but not for movies. And then thank you, Amy. I'm excited about it too. About them. And then one of my rec videos will be about best family movies to watch around Halloween and best creepy kids movies for Halloween. So those won't be strictly horror based, but still fun. I think I need to watch Halloween Town too, because I didn't get to see that. And I saw the first one and enjoyed it. And you're getting congrats, Melissa, on the baby. Ant-Man is looking at me. What you looking at, stranger? Yeah, look at my Ant-Man. I'm going to take a picture of Ant-Man at nighttime, and I'm going to have to post it on my Instagram or somehow show y'all. I guess Instagram will probably be the best place. But when you see my Ant-Man at nighttime and I'm in my room, it looks so creepy from the outside, not on the inside. I love my Ant-Man. Melissa said, oh, thank you all. I do cherish this time and honestly can't wait for the newborn snuggles again, but also can't wait to have more reading time later, hopefully. I think the newborn stage of having your baby is the best time because they have a certain smell. They just have the tiny toes and the tiny fingers, and they just look like little angels. And I just want to cuddle them and hold them. I just love that stage. And they're not newborn for very long. I wish it was a way that you could capture that memory in a way that you could feel it. I mean, I know you can look at pictures and stuff and try to conjure that memory, but I wish there was a way to like bottle the smell and everything and just have the whole experience like a virtual reality. Melissa says, wait, your snake's name is Ice Cream Bar. Yes. Andrew named him Ice Cream Bar. Andrew likes to have odd names. Like when we first got Luna, poor Luna had a very hard beginning to life. Okay. The people that had her were not nice to her. And I think she must have eaten worms as her dinner because they didn't feed her consistently. And they had her tied to a tree, and she was a baby. She was a puppy because when we got her, she was 10 weeks old. But she would go out in the yard and want to eat worms. So I was like, yeah, I should just name her Worm or something like that. And Andrew's like, that's a terrific name. I'm like, Andrew, I am not naming her Worm. And he's like, I think that's a great name. Well, thankfully, she doesn't eat worms anymore. So that would have been not a good name. I like her name, Luna. Yes, it is my Carnival readathon video, and it wasn't too bad to edit, thankfully. Yay! Carnival. Yes, it's going to be fun. I love all the incentives with it. You are so creative, Kelsey. I'm loving it. Haha, that sounds like California drivers. Everyone is in a rush here. Well, you know what, Amy? I don't even know if I could handle it in California because I think California has more lanes of traffic than Atlanta. And and you know, another place I could never drive is New York City because New York City they don't have tons of lanes of traffic, but they're just super busy and they drive like maniacs. And there's no way I would not make it. I will pay gladly for a taxi or walk if I can walk everywhere. That would be an awesome idea. Slime and Slashers. Oh, and then, Christmas Evil Rules. Yeah, your favorite movie. And I will say you were the winner. You can rent it on Amazon too, but it's not on Prime. Okay, well, I'll see. I mean, I don't mind renting it if I have to rent it, but I don't want to have to start another subscription to another streaming. It is hard to get a good DVD player anymore. They don't seem to last as long. You know what I'm using for my DVD player? We do have a DVD player in our bedroom that we've had for a long time. So once it goes, I'll probably have a hard time getting a good one because we've had it forever. But we use in our living room, we use Andrew's PlayStation 3 as our DVD player. The original House of Usher movie is on Tubi. Excellent. And basically, it's not fun to drive in any city. Yeah, I like for my husband to drive because he drives for a living and he drives an 18-wheeler. And I said to him, I'm like, I don't know how you can drive your truck through Atlanta. Now, he is very smart about when he leaves. So sometimes my husband will get up super early in the morning so that he can beat traffic, like the morning rush hour traffic, like in Baton Rouge or Houston or Atlanta, whenever he has to travel like that. And, but I don't know how he does it. I can barely take it in my little car. I can't imagine driving in a big, huge truck. And then the other thing too is my dad is such a great, road trip, companion. And I just told my dad, I'm like, I might be breaking a couple of rules here in Atlanta, because it was kind of confusing. Some of these streets, like it would tell you, and it's the whole thing Alicia was talking about, the peach tree thing. So I didn't even know. So a couple of times I'm like, I'm glad that a policeman was not around, because I don't think I was supposed to turn right there or make that turn. But thankfully it was all good. But he did tell me, he's like, you drove very well. I was like, I mean, he wasn't white knuckling it, so I must have been doing okay. And really and truly, my dad's the one that taught me how to drive. So, and I also drive a stick. So the thing about driving in traffic, like if you're in bumper to bumper traffic, driving a stick is not fun at all. Like there have been times where my leg is like feeling like it's falling asleep. But usually driving a stick is like very fun for me. I love it a lot. Amy says our highways have 3 to 4 lanes usually. I've not seen more than that I can think of. Okay, well, I don't know if I just always thought it was a lot more lanes, but it just seems like a lot. But Atlanta, they have like 3 and 4 lanes, and they're crazy. One thing I think that is, they have. Do y'all have this in California? Do y'all have the lane where if you have multiple people in the car, you can go in this fast lane? They have that in Atlanta, and I think it's pretty cool. And I did ask my friend, I'm like, people could just put like a mannequin or something in their car. And he said people have tried that, but if they're spotted, they can get in trouble for that. I thought that might be a good idea. I know I've seen at least 6 in Atlanta. And they're all over the place. You've got them veering over here to exit, veering over here to exit. You got the ones in the middle. Ooh, yes, it's the carpool lane. Yes, that's typically the 4th lane. It's the HOV lane. That's exactly what it's called. We don't have that here. Going to read in the bath, but I'm here lurking. Ooh, lurk away, Vanessa, lurk away. And a bath sounds nice. And that's fun that you get to read in the bath. I have to take showers. I can't take baths anymore, unfortunately. Okay, so let's go ahead and sprint again. Let's see what Melissa's saying. Yes, or you can have an e-car and drive solo, at least here in Arizona. That's pretty cool. That's a good incentive. Yeah. Yeah, and then this is also an interesting thing that I saw. I've never seen this before. Andrew and I went to the library, the branch of the library that he's going to be working at in Baton Rouge. It's the big main library, and they actually had parking spaces for people who carpool that had multiple people in their car, and they had designated spots for that. I have never seen that before. I thought that was interesting. And he said, I've driven in Los Angeles a few times. When I was there, it was 12 lanes across one way. I think it was the 401. Yeah, I could not do that. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I would have to have an Uber. I would have to have somebody drive me. I would not be able to do that. I'm going to be honest. In my mind, I can be a precision driver, and want to be like stunt lady, speed racer, shifting my gears. But in real life, that is not what is happening at all. Growing around DC and Baltimore, that's all just normal to me. Yeah, DC traffic can be kind of hectic. I don't know about Baltimore, but DC can be kind of hectic. They have designated spots for people with small children here that are close to the entrance. So nice. That is really awesome. I'm gonna have to check and see if they have that too at his library. I would think they might. We have 2 lanes total, except in certain areas we have third for the left turn lane. That's kind of like how we are here in Hammond. We have 2 lanes. Sometimes it'll get to be 3 lanes, but we don't get up to 4 lanes until we get to Baton Rouge. And even when I drive to the South Shore, I'm on I-55. It's 2 lanes, and then we merge with I-10, and we might have 3, and then it gets back down on the spillway to 2, and then it gets into maybe 3 or 4 lanes, getting into Metairie and into New Orleans. So Amy says 12 lanes. Holy moly. I've been to LA and don't remember that. I couldn't handle that. 2-lane highways give me anxiety, let alone 12. Oh my God. Horrifying. Yes, I'm with you, Amy. I would cry. 5-lane highways are just normal. Yeah. If you're close to a city, it is. And everything is 30 minutes. An absolute lie. No, because the thing about it is they have an accident and your time is wasted sitting there in the accident. Only on the expressway is there 2 lanes in one direction. Downstate is another story by Detroit, and those cities have more. Yeah, I think you go to a big city, you're going to have more lanes. Okay, so let's go ahead and sprint. Do y'all want to do 30 minutes? Do y'all want to do 45 minutes? Let me know what y'all want to do. I'm open to either one. Doesn't make a difference to me. Give me some feedback on what y'all want, 45 or 30. And that's what we'll go with. Pomodoro Kitty is set for 45, but we could do a 30. Any takers? Going once? Going twice? And Kay says we do have a lot of 2 tracks though. Cool. If you wanted to go mudding. Oh. Yeah, we have people that go mudding. They go like to the spillway sometimes to do that. And out here in the country, they have areas that they can go do all that. Okay, let's see. Kelsey says, I'm good with anything. We got a 30 from Melissa. We got a 45 from Lauren. And then Amy says anything is fine. Oh, I guess we're going to go with 45 since that seems like probably what most. Anybody else? Kay says 46. Let's do 46. Okay, you funny, Kay. Okay, I think we'll do 45 and then we'll probably do a 30 after that. During this sprint, I forgot. Would you rather? It's Would You Rather Wednesday on my Facebook. So would you rather, the choices for today, would you rather run into an alien or Bigfoot? That is your would you rather for today. So let me know in the comments what one you would rather run into. I'm curious to see what y'all would like to come in contact with and see what your thoughts are on that. A lot of times on Facebook, my peeps over there like to have all kinds of weird reasons or like to have exceptions to things. to it. So we already have Linda saying that she would rather run into Bigfoot. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our kitty set. Our kitty is started. Kay says Bigfoot is my son. That's cute. Okay, let's go ahead and share screen. There's our kitty. We're going to share. Okay, so I'll see y'all back in 45. Happy reading, happy relaxing, happy tasking, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, the kitty cat scared me. Okay, stop. And I almost made it to September. I'm literally 2 journal entries from September. I'm making good progress. Remember, I started in April. So how did everyone else do? I had to clean litter pans and talk to my hubby, who is cutting up my pineapple and watermelon, and talk to him for a few minutes. And then I've been reading. That's what I did during that sprint. Okay, so now that we know that Bigfoot is Kay's son, let's see what everybody else answered. Oh, Lauren says, oh my God, Bigfoot for sure. Aliens would scare the shit out of me and lead to some painful existential crisis. Jasmine says, I choose Bigfoot as well. Faye says Bigfoot. He just wants to live peacefully in the woods, so would probably leave me alone, but I'd be scared an alien would abduct me. Amy, on the other hand, says alien. That would be a wild time, and hopefully I'd get a free trip to some other planet. That's being adventurous. And Alicia is being, trying to have us think about this in a profound way. What if Bigfoot is actually an alien species using a multi-dimensional portal? I choose Bigfoot. And Faye thinks that's wild. Amy said, I only want to meet Bigfoot if it is Harry from Harry and the Hendersons, who is so sweet. Halco, welcome, Halco. Not sure if you're still here. He's saying, hi, peeps. Aliens for sure. And Alicia says, oh, Harry, an alien encounter would be more interesting for sure, Amy. And Patty says, I'm going with Bigfoot. I suppose I'm all about the woods. Yeah, I think Bigfoot would be kind of cool. And Swamp Gas said, my dog heard the kitty and started barking. Yes, it's funny how people react to the kitty cat. Sarah read 33 pages of episode 13, and she would choose Bigfoot. I think Bigfoot is for the win for our peeps tonight. So let's go ahead and we can turn that off. Yeah, I thought that was a fun question. Faye says, I read 20 pages and worked on an important email. Very good. I'm glad you had some time to concentrate. I did administrative tasks yesterday when I was watching part of Margaret's live chat. They have sprints as part of her live chat, and I had to get paperwork done, and it was mostly email. Amy got to 32% of the last word. I'm having a lot of fun. There's a dog in the story, though, and I am on edge for it. Yes, I'm always worried when they have animals in stories. In Nightstone, they had a dog and they had a horse, and I just hated the situation with both of those animals. No, if the dog makes it, I may consider reading it. Well, I'm just going to say, if anybody ever attempts fairy tale, I will say there were moments where I was worried about Radar, but you get told in the very beginning that this is going to be a story that ends happily. And I was very happy to find out that it did, because one thing is that Charlie Reed is the main character, but he's also the narrator of the story, which, even though when characters are in peril, I have to remind myself of that kind of stuff, like who's telling the story and what kind of hints or breadcrumbs have they left along the way to give you hints. Because then it's like, even though I know something is, stressful is happening and they're in peril, they couldn't be telling the story if something happened to them dreadfully. And Patty said, it'll be okay. To Amy. Yeah, I know. It does make you on edge when they do have, you little animals in there. I don't like. The only thing I don't mind if something happens to is a cockroach. They could do whatever they want to a cockroach, and I would not be sad. And Amy says, oh, yay. And Kay says, I got my book out. Does that count? Well, of course. I mean, you can do anything you want to do during sprints. And it could be, It could be productive. It could be reading. It could be relaxing. It could be meditating. Whatever you want to do is fine with me. This is your time to do what you want on Wednesday. You get to pick and choose how you want to spend your time. So part of me wants to continue reading my Bridget Jones diary, and part of me wants to switch to Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. Now, Bridget Jones's diary takes place over 1 year, which started in January. And so if I'm almost to September, I don't know. Maybe I could finish it tonight. And then I could start my Song of Achilles. That's what I need to read next. Yeah, that's my only trigger is animal harm, which makes a lot of horror a no-go for me. Storygraph warns me and love that. Yeah, I have to say, I read the horror book, The Troop, which I absolutely loved. It was a 5-star read for me. There is some animal harm in it, and it's very sad, but it's understandable and what happens with the characters because of it. But it was a little bit hard to read, but I made it through, and in my mind, I just thought of it as like part of survival, I guess, from that point of view. But you do have to, that's one thing with horror. And sometimes even with something that's drama, like a realistic fiction or something, sometimes it can be very weighty. I really want to read. You need to read, Kay. The Song of Achilles is one of my sister's favorite books. She made me read it, and I enjoyed it. Well, it is the FOMO's book club pick for July and August, and I haven't started it yet, and our book club meets on Sunday. And it's kind of a decent-sized book, so I'm hoping, does it read pretty fast? Is it, you know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes when you read a book that has to do with mythology and stuff, it can get weighted down with the vocabulary and the style. I haven't read anything by her, so I'm not sure what her writing style is. So let me know, Alicia. Because, I mean, it's not like if I attend the meeting, if I haven't finished, I'm going to still attend the meeting. But because that's happened to me before. I didn't get to finish a book in time. I just finished Unmissing today, and that was messed up. So I am having a hard time moving on. Yeah, sometimes it's very hard. You have like, I don't know, when a book affects you in such a way, it's like you don't know how to progress to go on, especially if it sticks with you. That's kind of how it was with Beloved for me. Also, The Dance Tree was kind of like that. I mean, I did end up reading a contemporary romance after The Dance Tree, and that helped. But Beloved was hard to kind of get off. I was like, I need something. Thankfully, Summerween was happening, and I picked my little picture book first and all that, because it's hard. Patty says, that's weird. I was just thinking of The Troop, but nah. I'm going to say, Patty, that it is not a significant amount in the book that I loved The Troop. I thought it was a really good story. Now, there is a lot of body horror in it, so if you can't handle body horror, I definitely wouldn't do that. I wouldn't read it for that. But that one little area, it's not, a huge amount of pages, but it is there. But otherwise, it's a really good story. I really enjoyed it. Crystal says, I'm reading Son of the Endless Night by John Farris now. How is that going? Are you in the middle of it? Alicia said, I read it a couple of years ago, but I remember it reading pretty fast. Well, that's good to know, because if it reads pretty fast, then I might be able to get through it, at least the majority before. Oh, Beloved was good. Yeah, it was good, but it was a very heavy read, and but I'm so glad I read it. I just absolutely love the character of Setha. um, just what she had to go through. It was just so, uh, it's just amazing that a person could be so strong to endure what she had to endure, you know. And then also too, just the horror of that time period, and just being treated so badly to the point of driving you to do something that is just out of the realm of just thinking that that's a rational decision to make or whatever. But yeah, Kelsey and I had a good conversation about that on her channel, Beloved. That was one of her book club picks. Crystal said, only on page 37. It's a 500-page book. Oh my goodness. So is this book is the Son of Endless Night for Garb August this week? Because you're going to be like me with Nightstone. Are you doing more sprints tonight? Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and probably do another round or two, since I'm not going to be sprinting for the next 3 weeks because of my trip. But I think I'm just going to do like 30-minute sprints, and then we'll probably wrap up. So I think two more will be good to do. So I think we should go ahead and go into another one if everybody's good with that. Whoop. Uh-oh. What am I doing? Set time. Okay. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and do a 30-minute sprint. And Crystal says, yeah, for Garb August, it's old school horror. Yeah, that's a chunker. Hopefully it turns out to be a good one. Okay, so 30 minutes, everyone. Get some reading done, task done, and I'll see you back in 30 minutes. Hello, we are back. Okay, how did everybody do? I am making progress. I'm just going to say I have 30 more pages left in my book, and I'm almost finished November. So I've got December and a couple of entries of November, and I'll be finished my first Garball Ghost for Anything Goes this week. So, how did everybody else do? Where did I leave off? Oh, yeah, I left off with Crystal. Okay, Alicia says, I read it a couple years ago. Oh, yeah, we talked about that. And Beloved. Okay, here we go. 500. I lost my place, obviously. Oh, my goodness. So much stuff is happening to Bridget Jones right now. I hope that this book ends happily because she's had so much turmoil and so many people are mean to her except for her good friends. I hope she finds happiness and love. Another book fan. Hello, welcome to my channel. Hi, just discovered you. Need motivation to finish A Brush with Murder by Bailey Abbott. Only 101 pages and then I am done. Well, welcome to my channel. I'm glad you found me, and I hope that you are able to finish your book or make some good headway. Starting Dowry of Blood. Sounds creepy. Faye said, I washed the dishes and read 6 pages. Excellent. I do think I have to do the dishes because my husband was cutting up my pineapple and watermelon, and he said, could you do the dishes? Sarah said, I had a shower and I'm going to work on my diamond painting next. Yes, diamond painting is very neat. Do you post pictures of your diamond painting when you're done? And is it going to be Halloween related? That is what I'd like to know. Crystal made it to page 56, really enjoying it. Excellent. And Alicia snuggled with the pup and read a little. That sounds great. Amy got to 40%. That is amazing. And Faye says she loves diamond painting. Yes, I just discovered what diamond painting is just recently in June when I went to my scrapbook event. And this is the first time I've ever seen this diamond painting, but it's amazing. It's amazing what kind of pictures they come up with. They're so beautiful and colorful. So yes, Sarah, what is your diamond painting going to be? Is it autumn related, or is it Halloween related, or are you just finishing up something for summer? That would be good to know. So I'm trying to think. We can go another 30 minutes, and that should be our last sprint for the evening. And then we'll just have to wrap it up. Hopefully everybody's got some good plans for this weekend. I'm going to be getting ready to go on my trip because I need to just get a few other things together. I just feel like I need to make a list because I'm afraid I'm going to forget something like my passport or my euros or something like that. So I need to have some quiet time and make a list of everything I need to bring. I did order myself a extra adapter. Andrew had one, but I got an extra adapter to plug in. You know, look, you have to have a special adapter when you go to Europe. So I bought one for a pretty reasonable price, and it had good reviews. And you can plug multiple devices. So if you wanted to plug 2 or 3 cell phones to it, you could. So I thought that was a good deal. I'm definitely a list maker or forget things. Yes, 100%. I am the same way. And it helps me kind of focus. I do post pics on my other Instagram. I'll send it to you after. I'm finishing up my last summary one, trying to get it done before the end of the month, then starting my fall and Halloween ones. That would be awesome. How long does it generally take you to do one, or it just depends because of size? I know that they come in multiple sizes. Kay says, I hate packing. I always feel like I'm going to forget something. I'm the same way, and packing is different too, depending on where you're going. I have decided that I plan on packing my suitcase, and whatever's in my suitcase, I'm not going to touch anything out of it. I'm going to have a separate bag for when I'm staying at my sister's house. So that way I can just keep that stuff at her house and then have my suitcase packed and not, take something out and then forget to put it back in there. So anyway. Swamp Gas wants to know, what am I doing for cell phone? I'm just bringing my cell phone. That's what I was planning on doing. I mean, our service, we just have to let them know about the service that we're going to be overseas. Now, I think what we're going to do is, because me, Andrew, and my dad are all on the same account, we have designated which phone is going to be the phone that can call. So that way I'm not paying the fee every day, the international fee for all three of us. So I've forgotten to add things on a list too. Yes, I have two. You need an adapter for charging. Yes. Yeah, you do. Because their outlets or whatever are different than our outlets. So Andrew has one already. I had bought him one when he went to Europe the first time with his high school, and he has brought that same one every year. So I ended up just getting a second one so we would have the access to it. I do all the same sizes, one so far. It just depends on what's going on with my life. If I'm not too busy, I can finish it in a week. But one took me over a month because I had a lot going on. Well, that makes sense. And I mean, I'm sure you have a place that you can keep it out, so you don't have to take it in and out. I'm not sure. Do you have a spot that you can keep it in and out? It's like me with scrapbook, and I'm glad I finally have a space that I can keep my stuff out. Kay went to France when she was in high school. What part of France did you go to? Andrew went to France in summer of 2022. He went to Montpellier, and then he spent, I think, 2 days in Paris, but he went with his college for that. So what part of France did you visit? Did you get to go to Paris, or were you in the countryside? He ended up going with his French group, like the French department or French club or whatever, for school. I would love to do diamond painting, but I think hubby would get mad if I started a new hobby. You sound like my Andrew. Andrew is a collector, and he was collecting and doing his models. That's been his new thing that he's started a couple of months ago, pretty much right after he graduated from college in May. And now he's starting stamp collecting, and he's also doing some postcard exchange. It's like post crossings or something like that, and you send postcards to people all over the place. And for him, it's like a combination of the postcards and the stamps that he's receiving. And then he tells me that he found this like little hobby store where they play all kinds of games and stuff. And like there's Warhammer. And so he's like, I think I might start doing something with that. I'm like, you better stop doing more hobbies because you can't afford it all. Sarah says, I just work on them as I have time, a little here and there. They're very relaxing. Yes, it's always on my desk, so I can just sit down and work on it, even if it's 10 minutes. Yeah, I like that about doing that with a puzzle I did for Old School April. I had to be very careful, though, because I was worried my cat was going to steal the pieces. So while I had what I had done flat on my table, I had to pick up all my pieces. And if I did have interlocking pieces, I had to put them in my box just because I was afraid the cat would steal a piece and then I would never find it and complete my puzzle. But it all worked out. I like when you can keep something out and then you can just, if you have 5 or 10 minutes here or there, you can work on it. Kay says, I went to Paris and the Loire Valley, Mount Saint, is that Michel, Michael, and Versailles. Very nice. That sounds like a lovely trip. Yeah, this is my first time going to Europe, so I have no idea what to expect. I don't know how the flight's going to be. I am a newbie. Everybody I'm going with has been to Europe, at some point, and I am the first time doing it. So I am excited. I'm a little nervous just because I don't want to forget anything, or, I want to be well. I don't want to end up getting sick or anything like that. I do have to wear compression socks when I go on the plane. So I don't know if that's going to be comfortable or not. I've never worn compression socks in my life. I don't even think I had to wear compression socks when I had surgery. I had these weird bubble pants things when I had my appendix taken out, but they weren't socks. They were like wrapped around my legs, and they kind of like massaged my legs so I wouldn't get a blood clot. But I do need to wear compression socks. Mount Saint Michel is an old monastery that is an island when the tide is out. That sounds pretty cool. That reminds me of The Woman in Black, when when the tide goes out, you can see the road going to the house, but when the tide's in, it blocks the road, so you're cut off and you're stuck out there in the creepy house. I love that story. It's probably my favorite ghost story so far. And I haven't read the small hand yet, but it's probably my favorite Susan Hill story. It is on the Atlantic Ocean. Sounds very cool. Okay, so I think we're going to go ahead and do our last sprint. We'll do it for 30 minutes, and this will be our last sprint of the evening. I can't believe it. I'm getting kind of sad because I will miss y'all for sure. Okay, so let's see, that is done. Let's present, share our screen. And I appreciate everybody hanging out. Some of y'all are hanging out pretty late, and I appreciate that. All our different time zones. Okay, so this is our last sprint of the evening. Enjoy getting whatever you are doing done. And I'm going to see if I can get through these 34 pages of my book. That would be an excellent way to end the evening. Happy sprinting. Okay, we are back. Let's see. Let's stop the screen. Okay, so how did everybody do? I didn't quite finish. I was answering email and also checking out Sarah's diamond painting. She has some really pretty diamond painting posts, and they're just really pretty. Beautiful. I just love the colors, so rich, and it just seems like an activity that would be a lot of fun to do, relaxing, kind of like doing a puzzle in a way. I made it to 261 and I'll be finished at 267. So I am on the entry for Christmas Eve, and we'll see how that ends. I'm just wondering if she's going to get together with the Mr. Darcy in here. His name is Mark Darcy. How fitting if she gets together with him. But a lot of craziness has happened. Bridget's mom is just so out there and really ridiculous. It's like she had a midlife crisis and went crazy and got herself in trouble financially. Basically, I think she just got taken advantage of by a guy and got in over her head for sure. But I don't know. We'll have to see how it wraps up. But I really just hope she does not weaken and go back to that Daniel guy. What a creep. Faye said she read 15 pages. Excellent. I read 2 steamy chapters. Woo. You might need to cool off after that, Kay. Sarah says, I worked on diamond painting. Very good. And Kay says, thanks for sprints. Have a beautiful trip. Thank you so very much. I'm glad you are here for my sprints before I go on hiatus, just for 3 weeks. Amy said she read another 5% and got some ice cream. I love ice cream. What flavor did you hit? What flavor? What flavor ice cream? I want to know. Oh, Crystal made it to page 75. It's my bedtime now. Thanks for sprints, Kat. Thank you for being here, Crystal. Always love when you come and attend. And Amy says, night, Crystal. And H worked on DJ stuff. Okay, cool. Cool. Amal says, hey, just got back from the park. That sounds nice. Was it a lovely time? And Crystal saying good night, Amy. Vanilla with chocolate syrup. Yum, 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 yum. Sounds yummy. I can envision it. I'm close. Alicia says, I'm close to finishing my book, but alas, the distractions are many. Yes. It wouldn't be so bad if you had good distractions. How many sprints are left? This is it. This is the end, my friend, because it is getting close to my bedtime and I still have to do some dishes. And we've been on for 5 hours. It's a long time for us to do sprints on a Wednesday night. But, yep, I'll be back in 3 weeks on a Wednesday because I'll be in Sicily, traveling to Atlanta, traveling home from Atlanta, and then in Sicily. See you when you get back. Yes, Kay, I will be back. Talk to Andrew, but my experiences lead me to say that you need to look at all phones have roaming because they are not just a phone, but also your translator and map. Yeah, we did it before. At any time that Andrew went to Europe, we just, my husband has to call the cell phone company and talk to them and everything about it. So I just know that we're just going to have one phone be the designated phone for calls. I know that. Hope everyone has a beautiful night and day. Same to you, Kay. Thank you for the sprints. I hope you have a great trip. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks for sprints, Kat. Have a wonderful and safe trip. I can't wait to hear all about it when you get back. Thanks, Amy. I appreciate it very much. And Alicia says, I hope your trip is amazing. I'm looking forward to all the stories you'll have when you return. And I am going to try very hard to vlog while I'm there. We'll just see. we'll see what I can get away with and how much my family will be okay with letting me film our experiences. Sometimes people are open to that and sometimes people are not. So we'll just see what happens. But I will miss all of you greatly. I'll miss our Wednesday nights together. Good night, Amal. Thank you so much. So everyone, have a great trip from Swamp Gas. We'll have a surprise when you get back. Ooh, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amal. I will have a safe trip. I'm going to try. Thank you, Faye. I'm going to try to have a great trip. It's going to be fun, I think. I mean, I don't know what to expect. I'm anticipating having fun. But anyway, as always, y'all need to stay amazing and be adventurous. And those of you participating in Garbagus, be adventurously trashy and enjoy everything that you're reading out there and what you're doing. Have a fabulous weekend. I hope y'all have some plans, whether it's just relaxing or whatever. But just y'all stay safe, have fun, and enjoy life. We'll accept photos if you don't vlog. Yes, I will send photos. I can always email photos too. So you just never know. I gotta see once I get there what I can get into, what kind of adventures I can get into. So love you guys, and I'll see y'all when I get back. And I may be able to post some videos and get them scheduled before going out. Hopefully at least my September TBR for sure. So see you guys later. Bye.